Hello everyone. Sorry I was like 5 minutes late? Yeah, that's like 6 minutes late rather. I was in the middle of something, sadly. So let's just speed it up and get back to the grind. Get back to seeing sōseki natsume, actual famous Japanese writer.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Oh boy. Are you gonna have to deal with musical theater? Anyway. I guess we're back in England again. And I have a fear that sōseki is gonna get accused of murder again. My name is Ranosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England, the land of the racism. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Sadly. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. Since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. That's me when I'm hungry. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective as his flatmate. Oh no. I have to deal with this guy again. 30th of August, 7:28 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Ah, Wuna, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprising... Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This would be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Don't get so close to me. Get away. Like, you're not allowed to do that. The truth is as clear to me as they, my faculties of observation, have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button on your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I met you. Oh, it has. And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Ali, pull your button off. But what the fuck were you two doing to cause that to happen? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling to me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Harley wouldn't have said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. If this is the pride of the British Empire, I'm not surprised that the British Empire has been in decline for the last 60 to 70 years, I'd say. Maybe a little more. There can be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Maybe the fact that it says that it's 7:30 in the game made me sleepy. I'm sorry. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. You guys are so stupid. Come and eat your this bacon before you get to go. I have a new recipe for you to try too. My latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes's lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rand's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, when you put us out of our misery, what surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, for sushi you mean? Why is it? Really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh god, excuse me. Maybe I'm not recovered from yesterday. Oh yes, what fun. Ah boy, I have to converse with you. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Sushi's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A card above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Like, at least 2. At least. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do, we helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah, the mustache-twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes on the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. He only had one. Why did you mention mustache one? Twice. But she's so stupid. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunting lodgings, Mr. Holmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that the case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mrs. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send a telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. But the Hurley here was so funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well. You did that before to me, you know? I'm starting to think that you're part of a conspiracy. Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About what Mrs. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Are you part of the conspiracy? It's been 4 months now since we went to see off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe it. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it's just that he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. According to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? Because she daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? That sounds like a kind of manipulative bastard move. I have to admit I have absolutely no idea, but it does sound like a manipulative bastard move. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder where Mrs. Sato's father is hiding. Ellie, do you know what it's all about? Well, who can say? What? But you said also you just changed. Why are you wearing your normal clothes? That you wear outside, I mean. Please, I have engagement, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive. I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, when you are is... Well, don't worry, see you later. Get yourself, run over by a carriage. What? Nothing. That's what not telling me the truth, you bastard. He's cut it off rather quickly there. I think Fairfax Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Oh, you don't say. Sōseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published by, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Again, which already happened with the Baskerville thing that we left hanging from the first game. Aha! I found them at last! Iris, are they? They know about the case, that's why Susie and I compare them together. The case of the haunting lodgings. Do you want to read them, Uno? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps if I read over the notes again, something may come to light. That is the spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened, to our investigation, and then fierce battle in court that followed. Delivering every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world because this is a flashback. I mean, because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. I can't believe that we lost our license. I mean, to be fair, I do believe that we lost our license. It makes perfect sense after all of the bullshit that we went through at the end of the first game. But that doesn't mean it's not unfair. People have kept their license after doing worse. Just saying. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife on her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Seki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes because he's an idiot. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato and I decided to represent Sōseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Brian Brostabbit has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once! Sato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. "21st of February, 5:30 a.m. Sir Bartholomew's Hospital. Recovery ward. There's a rat! Look at the rat. Can you? Oh, my body's covering the rat. Wait, give me a second. I need to show you the rat. I need to move myself out of the way so you can see the rat. Look at the rat. Oh my god, the rat. I love you, rat. I love you. I love rat. Anyway. They always put the rats in the worst possible position. Like I'm always covering them with my body. How could they do this to me? There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh. You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. Right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made it a very good time. The time is totally irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by that telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regaining consciousness. Oh my god, she's so tiny. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her bag. Her name is... Ah yes, here we are. Miss Green. Before I talk to her though... Rat.
Look! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo. An enormous mouse.
Vermin in a hospital. That doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of the facility, if that's what you were thinking. Where's Sholmes? I guess he's just literally when he said observing is from the complete opposite side of the room. Good morning. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Ma'am?
No, was it your knife that... Are you the man who...
No, I'm a lawyer.
Knives Satomi Kotoba, pleased to meet you. Oh, no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green, not to be confused with olive oil. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist.
Yearly, I understand you.
But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually.
Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Bend over backwards just to put herself down. Hashtag relatable. Hashtag just like me, for real, for real. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. Okay, to be fair, 4-day comatose is not that bad. Like, if you're gonna get stabbed and you're gonna be comatose from a stabbing, being comatose for 4 days, not good, but like, could be so much worse. Could be so much worse.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madame. Spectacularly, by none other than I, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes would be a very funny character.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh god, she's just like me, for real, for real.
Oh no, we're also relieved that you're on demand, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. That's like the one difference I have with this woman. What about Brown? We would hate ourselves. But she's green. And I guess I'm white. I am a baby seal. But I like to think that I'm associated with blue. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Well, yes, by the simple fact that why was she in the area so far away? When she lives like on a yeah, so far away basically. Like she was kind of far from where she lives and from where she studies, and we don't even know why, and it seems to be because she was like at one of those old like one of those bookstores from the second, was it the second? No, the third case in the last game. Like, hey, there's no reason to believe that she was, because the books were from sōseki actually. And 2, shouldn't there be like places that sell used books closer to her, especially close to a university? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Sōseki-san does fit the bill.
Nosuke!
It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. Well, that's sus. What's this? She suddenly climbed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Rain. Mouse, my beloved.
Must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She should have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her.
Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. And I'm hungry.
I can't believe I didn't get any chocolates or caramel or biscuits. Worst fucking day ever.
21st of February, Sholmes'
sweet. I keep making that mistake.
Iris, baby girl.
Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is.
I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once.
Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea.
The brain from the right will be good for you, Uno.
Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Huh, I expect the Shums to be around. Is there something else that I have to check? Look, there's a photograph in this frame here.
Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think?
My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't think you had a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least, I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Oh, apparently I had to check that. Okay. Thanks, game. Is there a Mr. Naruhodo here? Mr. Naruhodo?
Naruhodo now?
Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Mr. Naruhodo, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Sosi Nutsmeg.
Mr. Natsume
Sent a message to me.
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on? Oh god, if you get in trouble again. What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning?
He got himself jailed again, didn't he?
What are you waiting for? Let me see. Oh. Well, it was unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note?
No, how could I have? You grabbed it from me hands before I got a chance to read it.
It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Murder?
Call a cab! Time is of the essence.
But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did.
That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. Yeah, the note that you didn't let me read. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. I can't. Wait, what?
I'll hail a
Priker? How do you pronounce that shit? Wait, I actually need to check, because that, like, otherwise I can kind of figure it out. Pronunciation, right? Okay. Why are you giving me pronunciation of the word France? Yeah, that's... I know that there's a version of like how to pronounce this word correctly and how to pronounce it in French. Which is hilarious to me.
Fiacre.
That's how you pronounce it? The English language is bullshit. What is wrong with you? I mean, clearly it's a loan word. Clearly, so what the fuck is wrong with the French? But also, what the fuck is wrong with the English for taking that word out of the French instead of inventing their own? Jesus Christ. You people have problems. Fine. Ugh. God, now I want to say it and I laugh. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, calm down, self, please.
I'll hail a firecracker at once.
Yeah, no, that makes sense if it's French, but also, like, really, couldn't you make your own word? God damn the English language. It's just like half a language and then a bunch of stolen words under a trench coat at this point. It was only yesterday that Sōseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, it's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. It's always worse than you think. Always. It's an Ace Attorney game, that's how they worked. 21st of February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Look, Mr. Naruhodo Squire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? And I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No earthly bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah, not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Show yourself the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? I'm going to write an entire book with at least 2 long diatribes about how detectives suck later. Which he did in real life, actually. I mentioned it last time. You! This bitch who backstabbed me last time. I remember your conspiracy member ass. I'm still angry about it. I have not forgiven him for that one. Fucking bitch. Here they are, already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Listen, is it? Give me a heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Aha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. You're always eating those fish and chips, and honestly, I would like some of them. You could give them to me. Good. Good. For a moment, I thought he was him trying to defend himself. Oh boy. Good morning, Inspector. I remember how you betrayed me in court, and I have not forgiven you for that one. This is a crime scene. Did you get touched anything? Oh, good morning to you too, sunshine. Well. Oh, you said hands off. You're gonna mess up the crime scene. No, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance! I know your kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to carry out some favor. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare. He was a lodger here. His name is William Shakespeare. Sorry, my nose is a little itchy. His name is Mr. William Shakespeare. He's a sham. It's funny. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens. Or just dead. Mr. Shakespeare. It was the landlord, old Mr. Gary, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. Fella didn't rise at his usual hours, so Gary got worked and got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garridev have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really, Sōseki-san. Trust him. He probably has good lower body strength. The victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even though some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. Hashtag relatable. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Although, when you think about it, it's probably just a racism. Poor man. How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner for that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Well, that's weak, because Phoenix had no issue checking on the bodies. The couple of times that he could check on a body, anyway. Apollo had no issue with it. I think we had like one time that we could check a dead body with Apollo. I think. Edward absolutely had no issue with the dead bodies. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement inside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. Also, hashtag relatable. So, the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Sōseki-san, why did the music just stop dramatically like that? Why are you saying nothing? Okay, that's bad. What's the matter with Sōseki-san now? It was an innocent question. It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? No, never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You'd think that they explore each other's bodies or something. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there. Sholmes, what the fuck are you doing? Mr. Sholmes? Yeah, what are you doing? But really, what the fuck are you doing? Ah, you need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating naturally. Yeah, that sounds like a fucking investigation, alright? Just doing a pose on your little makeshift stage. Yeah, totally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Thanks, Yonosuke. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madame, patience. We've not been here in this room by 5 minutes. So far, all I managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness! But that's like everything, actually. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? That's exactly what I said! Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim forfeited his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? Okay, there was definitely something that went on. No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? I know you hate detectives, but I don't think it's that bad. No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Those are like half of my nicknames in middle and high school. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. Of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unravel by my great deductions presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've had some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. Whether miracles will unfold before our eyes this time. And by miracles I mean stupidity. So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning is spectacular. Act 1. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. At the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. I mean, could be a bunch of different things, but sure. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap, meaningful indubitably. Yeah, the thing could be because of the soap. Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish, like the victim's last supper, in fact? Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Soap. The latter about the young man's mouth, too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Why do you want to eat candle wax? I mean, you can die from eating too much soap, I'm sure, but also, why do you want to eat candle wax? What is wrong with you? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. the man, and I alone. This single teacup suggests the answer. Draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear friend. Poor sōseki, he's having like the worst day of his life. The second worst day of his life. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. The door's open now. At the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. He's so stupid. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. You know, I think Sherlock Holmes and the dog detective from Dog Detective would be great friends. And also I think that the dog detective would try to strangle him. Everyone's honest reaction to that. There's just one thing, Mr. Holmes. You are disposed to identify in just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray what concerns you. Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? In desperation, yet. To be fair, yes. If it's in desperation, yeah. It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilled the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. I kind of want to chuck him out of a window, but that window is covered. So I fear that I'm gonna have to like destroy the wall of bricks and then throw him out of the window, or alternatively use his own weight to destroy the wall. There's no window tax anymore, so Arida doesn't have to worry about it. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you'd eat it. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ah! I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Holmes's deductions touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense. Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Schultz's observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, when we speak out the key words in Mr. Holmes's quite brilliant deductions, I wouldn't describe them as quite brilliant or brilliant in general or quite anything. Maybe. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that...
sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Shums meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Sherlock Holmes's Logic and Reason in a Spectacular Act 1 again. Okay, back to the Reason in a Spectacular. The fact that he looks the time that Sōseki turns around and looks like that, like, what the fuck, dude? That's my honest reaction to that. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies a man was eating something or about to eat something.
Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt it with chopsticks.
And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate.
But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap?
Oh, wait! Oh, there's the other piece of soap. Oh, god damn it, game. Please, thank you. Look, there's more soap on the floor there. Mr. Shamspierre must really have loved the stuff.
That's not just the conclusion, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at the soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table?
What the? How can that be?
I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
Well, we have our solution to this then. I think. Thank you.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Or, of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Says the man who have eaten soap! Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. You still bite into it. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. That's the same as before. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument, huh, then?
Perhaps he's suggesting the man leaked the soap rather than ate it.
If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. I have to agree with that one. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all.
Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's sleeps, is it?
I mean, clearly it's gonna be like the teacup. Because it could just be the tea.
Take that!
It could just be poisonous tea. The poison that's in the tea. Shamspierre's poison. The poison is specially prepared for Shamspierre. You know? Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. That's why the nobility had tasters. You know, poison tasters. For the poison. The poison especially for them. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in the teacup. Well, that's good. Uh-huh. The Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamsphere was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Shom suggested. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for more clues. Yeah, he's holding his own teacup. It's another Western vessel for infused. It's a teacup, and it too is empty. I love that she screams. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is a cup from which Mr. Shamsphere was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we deduced up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel. Well, take that! This is gonna be a problem. Did a man dine and die alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. You mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Oh. I'm not sure I like where this seduction is going. Yeah, I don't like it either. I'm afraid it's late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Okay. Empty bottle. Really not the glasses? I feel like the glasses are suspicious. Let's see the pile of books. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Garibaldi. Gabriel, actually. I can't read. Wait. I'm sure I heard those titles before. Yeah, that's fucking Sōseki. God fucking damn it, Sōseki. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're exactly the same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Sōseki-san had just been to a bookshop and brought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Well,
Take that!
oof. What can I say but oof? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is a pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Ah! Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never, non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Okay, that's silly. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... My reaction to it. Was you, Mr. Sōseki Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes, a great deduction. Well, that's a problem. Not again, not again, not again. Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear you're gonna have to accompany down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered, he's been even stranger than normal. Why, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You would have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Misery me! Don't worry, sir, you'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Sherlock Holmes. He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, don't dilly-dally in. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Squire. Oh boy, look, if you want me to defend you in court, I'll do it. Because I don't think you might have done it. But at the same time, it's like, seriously, dude? I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me! Please, please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. I'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. Oh yeah, don't worry, we'll take Wahai. Literally, when you leave Japan, we'll keep Wahai. And so, His evil curse still apparently unbroken, Sōseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you! I don't like that that's an honor. I don't like it. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail. Yes, that's right. And of course... What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garidev, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare. Ah, Mr. John Garidev, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. Hell yeah, time to investigate. Oh, the poor man, so young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder... Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British show? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just read now, one moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? One of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeare and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So one was Mr. Shamspeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. Sōseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail. What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you might be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet here we have a torn-off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We better take these, just in case. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Six? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some of to the needy. Or sell them and then donate that money to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they looked out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamed of being a king. Oh, I think you'll be much suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. With a chon mage top-knocked? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chon mage. I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I feel that I'm not. Oh, you look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London in a chon mage and a sword? I feel like the Londonese would have opinions of that. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tags that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain, and what strange things will they tax later when Margaret Thatcher gets into power? I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property is extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, what is it, Mrs. Sato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. No, yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out and a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shams here who did it, I wonder? Being the lawyer around in this room. Look at this, Mr. Naruhara. On the outside there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What, outside? It's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Ah. Do you see in the middle there? It's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain! Looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful! It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? They look the same. I don't think there's anything interesting here. Doesn't look like there's anything here either. This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Allows the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinomaru sign of the Japanese flag. I expect this is rather expensive soap. That doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. It looks like it's a coin. Like it's transparent, but it's basically just like the size of a large coin, isn't it? Should be able to like pop it off, I fear, if you like pull it. Just to check what it is. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now that you pointed out, I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin here? That's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yeah, so if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Looks like you're having a good snooper on, eh? Oh, is it Gregson again? Oh, yeah, it's Gregson and the police! Inspector Gregson! Back so soon! After I threw the little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Or Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go and, He's alive. What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Out, out, brief candle. Life but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how sounded the next part? It's a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day! What? Walking Dead! The fella isn't dead at all? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think... yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare? Yonosuke, you were an English student. How do you not know Shakespeare? Like... there's a long conversation to be had there about why Shakespeare is so overbearingly everywhere. It's colonialism. The point is that it's colonialism. People know about Shakespeare because of colonialism. He wouldn't be as well known if he was not English. If he did not speak English, nobody would give a shit. And that brings a lot of conversations about, like, well, he was like as a writer, he was primarily doing like plays, and plays were for the masses. It wasn't like a sophisticated thing, and then we see it as sophisticated now, and we aggrandize the man a little too much. There is a conversation to be had there, but like in that era, you're telling me the man doesn't know what, as an English student, as a student of English, you're telling me that they never see any like literature, and you're telling me he never saw anything about Shakespeare. He's like 20-something. He's like... yeah, he's like 20-something. How old again? Oh, great. I don't have him as a... but he's like probably the same age that the other guy was, so he has to be in his early 20s. So you're telling me you never saw any Shakespeare in college? God damn, boy. So it was... the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life, quote-unquote. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. And we learned a valuable lesson. Maybe check the body before assuming that the person is fucking deceased. Maybe like just check the person for the sake of making sure that they're not fucking deceased. That might be a smart idea. 21st of February, Briars Road. What do you think would happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back alive. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place, and they just did a really, really bad job at checking. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Sōseki-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah. He just ran off.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
Case 3 of the first game. For like a brief second, when we first meet William Shakespeare on the road to Sōseki's apartment to check in and talk to Mr. Garrideb and his wife, who was acting as his maid at the time. I can't remember, those two were introduced together. I do too, but I don't remember. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb live, all the windows are bricked up.
Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was changed on the number of windows that was charged on the number of windows the property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society fill in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it?
So the windows could all be opened up again, surely.
Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done.
Yes, that's a sad state of affairs.
Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room.
I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation.
It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that.
You know, I wanted to check the green thing on the Windows seal. Like I wanted to check that thing, but I guess I don't get that. Well, let's see the Garridebs then.
21st of February, the Garridebs room.
Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode.
We're here because Mr. Garrideb's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget.
Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
It was quite a trial.
As much for Mr. Garrideb as anyone, really. Came straight here after all that business at the Valley yesterday. Understandable. Didn't expect to wake up to more Valley nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrideb.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? You know, dude, you don't have to, stand if you have, like, issues with your leg. I don't mind if you're sitting down. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no Valley answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door.
I kind of a rum-looking Japanese chap to do the wrong work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept like half an hour.
That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes of sleep warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning.
Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Yes, he is in fact avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden. Speaking of, where the fuck is Sholmes again? He was with us. Just saying. Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeare, in the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a body screw loose. Hard to choose which category Sōseki-san will fall into. Ryonosuke, you don't have to be like that. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. Yeah, exactly. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare! I have a few plays of the old bar myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. Which, again, funny when you remember that the man mostly just wrote for the masses. Like, he was low class, like, it's low class. He was an actor too. Like, it was just low class entertainment that got elevated with time. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Oh no, it must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. It was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor Cha was out at the time. Mr. Garridam noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back. And the Cha was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. That's not that late, I guess. Well, for me. The pussy met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Otto? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garridam, you're up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. Ah! That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I mean, we kind of established that was the case. Last game. Not directly, but... I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's the bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
And how did you know, Mr. Garrido?
It was the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is applied to the bill in my pipes.
Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps over here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room will get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house will dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it?
Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe.
It's not supposed to happen though, it sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company pipes in this part are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite is also true, of course. Distinguish the lamps up here and the glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You got it.
Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening, and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amount of gas. And watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrido. Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, well, nothing to it really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either.
What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrido is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea.
Oh.
February, local prison, cell 9. Deja-vu. I know I've been here before. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Look, I'm sitting, Mr. Naruhodo Squire.
Oh, yes?
What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me?
Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolical deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Ah, curse! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts.
Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in that deduction, too.
Yes, moving on.
We have some wonderful news! Oh. The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder.
In the absolutely worst case! Damn.
That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume?
It's terrible! Oh. Oh.
I'm stuck in this cell, suffering from the silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. Also, the mustache is pretty normal. It's not even an evil mustache. Well, not by that point in time. At some point, that's gonna become like the police mustache, like it's gonna be like the officer mustache, and then inherently you're just gonna think, yeah. And it's gonna end into spectrums. It's either war by the gayest guy you know, or like a literal cop. Sometimes both at the same time, rarely, but sometimes both at the same time. So a lot of the time it's like, yeah, I don't trust like that. So we're back at the same. I get. You know what? Maybe the mustache is a point of contention here. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, that selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy, William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspeare was never actually dead in the first place. And the police were just really bad at checking for vitals. Yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. A lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspeare, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. What? Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Also, no, really, who do you think I am? Like, in a couple of months, yeah, sure, I'm not gonna be your lawyer because I can't practice law, but right now I can. Oh, why am I cursed like this? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then? Oh boy. I don't know, I'm so tired, sorry. I didn't even go to sleep late last night. Anyway, can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell! But, Mr. Naruhara Squire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that cursed case yesterday. That case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. I remember. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lovely lodgings. And that evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I made him farewell. That ties in with what Miss Garidev said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea that I brewed as a gift. It was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? That's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea. No, never, no. Team Juliet won, that was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it, categorically. I'm not surprised that Team Juliet won, for the record. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed, that you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that it's no place for me. Don't worry, Sōseki. At some point, you realize that it's not that Great Britain is not a place for you. It's that no place is really a place for you, and you're condemned to be alone for the rest of your life. Wait, that's more about me than him. Sorry. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Understandable paranoia. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. I mean, to be fair, we had this conversation in the original case. I don't know why we're repeating it. We literally had this exact conversation back when he first appeared. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap, because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. Oh, Ryonosuke. In a couple of decades, you'll be surprised what ghost hunters will do to get a scoop. I didn't. When the letting agents recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized what it would mean, I could buy more books. I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or Blinkat. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, is it really so awful? You could have just cleansed the place. Just saying. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Actually, about that, we did see a guy watching into your place, into your room when we left. So I think, no offense, Natsume, but I think that maybe, just maybe, you were actually getting spied on by an actual real human being and not a ghost. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to that place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls have died in that room. Lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspeare was writing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. Okay, but that... I'm just thinking about it. If the gas pipes are so bad in this area, and they're old, and they haven't been, changed, they haven't been fixed in a while, it could just be that he's getting, literally suffocated by the gas. It could just be that. And if anything, that could explain Shamspear. It might not be poison, he might just have gotten suffocated. And the fact that we, you know, opened the window and opened the door, like, he eventually, like, got back because he was able to get some oxygen in his body. He's gonna have, like, hilarious brain damage, though. Not that brain damage is hilarious, but you know what I mean. He simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, yeah, you're right, I know it, and that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Thank God that he's going to Japan, like, immediately after this. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Ugh, Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Narita? Not that he looked like he was worried, but... Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go any other place. Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps of his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? That would explain it. He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he gives such close tabs on the occupants of his bedrooms. What do you mean, he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. This time I knew that he was gonna be here. Inspector Gregson, you bastard. I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Oh. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me my preference? You might have heard the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was still unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. Isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? However, not Inspector. Let me guess, he's blaming sōseki for it. Mr. Shepsis has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointing the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ugh! I sweet poison did he seek it to end my life. That wicked caitiff, sōseki Natsume. He called you a caitiff? No! I'm afraid he'll be appearing in court as planned. He'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! Not again! And so, once again, sōseki-san's found himself having to take the duck in the Old Bailey. Because God forbid. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. I hope. Nah, it's gonna be fine. We're not gonna have another fucking Magnus McGilded case. I hope. They can't do that twice. Ryonosuke got his character development. And it can't be Natsume because he goes back to Japan. We know this. This is a... whatchamacallit. This is a flashback. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defender Center Chamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. Like everybody's looking at me and being racist in their minds. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Probably from all of the racism that is thrown at me. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove that he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! Understandable, have a nice day. Oh, okay, it's time for me to get my coffee, and I know that I'm not gonna get it if we start the actual trial. So I'm gonna go get it, and then we'll finish this pre-trial conversation, and we'll get to, you know, the trial. So I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, we're back. Yeah, you're gonna have to keep coming to court. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he is cursed. Well, don't worry. You won't be cursed forever. Hopefully. Sorry, I hit my mic. I hit my mic trying to turn off my mic for a second so I could move my mic. Well, the arm of my mic. Because it was a little uncomfortable where it was located. Sorry about that. Happens. Anyway. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Awkward. Judicial assistant Miss Mikoto Squires. What's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, didn't you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial is Van Six, isn't he? It's Van Six again, right? We're dealing with Van Six again. Will be led by Lord Baron Van Six. What did I fucking say? Van Six? Again? No! Oh no! Oh no 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 no! The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor of the land, and also a vampire. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sōseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Six is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And when you experience it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. Although to be fair, he kinda deserved it. Not that Ryonosuke knows that yet. He'll know it in like a couple of cases. Ah, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into myself again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying Paris, potentially. Well, if it's potentially... At least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Squire. Yes? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go! Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Shoms, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh! If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Six were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Squire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Or commit seppuku. whichever happens first.
Oh, yes.
Okay, 22nd of February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh god, that asshole is on jury duty again. Ugh. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
Readiness for the trial, my Japanese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
Fuck you. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there.
Lord Van Six has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Yonosuke, I don't know how to explain this to you if you haven't noticed, but a lot of people have like an animosity towards the Japanese in this game.
And the first one is like, the English are kind of like super racist, you know? How do you not know this, sweetie?
It was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Yeah, now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending, almost like he has something against me personally. This Reaper, with his curious sayings for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sōseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely! I had a feeling this larrikin was an innocent before.
I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my heart refuses to sit right.
Ah, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 up tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to the righteous verdict. He's a doctor. Why are you, like, talking about God out of the job? Like, if I was a doctor, I would pray every time that I had to do surgery, like, oh God, please don't let them die. Please don't let me fail. That's why I couldn't be a doctor. Well, that and because of the hand trembling. I have a very impressive hand trembling.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. But the judge can only pass sentence where all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt.
6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. I keep getting the same guys. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here 2 days ago. Accordingly, very possible the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. That's not fair? That's not fair. Like, that's not fair. It isn't. Very well, let's commence the trial. Lord Van Six, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it! Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime, namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighborhood in lodger, an innocent Englishman.
to explain the circumstances of the crime. The prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. Do you have to do that every time? The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Oh boy, hi Gregson, you piece of shit. I don't trust him anymore. I thought he was Moe, but he's not Moe anymore. He knows what he's done. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Golden Years Homicide Division.
Sōseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume?
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday, because it was like 3 days ago.
The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case to the court.
Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garridem household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by striking. I don't know how to pronounce that. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. If was locked from the inside, making entry to exit from the room impossible. It's like you have a lot of closed room mysteries in this game.
Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell a tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was whole way to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord, and I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right, everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence to the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes!
As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume, how?
Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish our fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Hashtag relatable, dude.
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point.
Conclusive. Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question.
Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief. Order, order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. Sōseki-san is innocent. Then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what do you have to say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside was freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never!
The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've had before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of the events in the night in question to the court now.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strike 9 takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Okay, interesting. I see. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they?
Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no, we haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Spectre? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My Japanese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why?
It's simple enough, there was none left, not a drop.
Okay, but, like, usually poison leaves traces on the material it's, poured into. Like, you can still get traces of it if you put, like, an active agent, or reagent, rather, on the item that it was poisoned. Even if it was, like, clean. That's how luminol kinda works. Like, there's always traces. You can never, like, fully clean something like that. So, like, you could still check it even if there's none left in the cup.
Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
You guys are so unprofessional. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear.
As your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is off its seal. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your confronted will be damned for all eternity.
He's right. I can't feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Almost like they're racist. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Answer for the defense. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay, tell me more about it.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner, I was speaking to the ER about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. There's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, hit by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Sōseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Okay, let's see. There's gonna be an inconsistency. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. I'm not gonna touch it, but like I'm not gonna present it here, but I wanna examine it. Let's see. Cause of coma. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine, I feel. I hate words in the English language. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after injection. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim has drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigating conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Okay, so the time is completely bullshit because Natsume left at 11 and they finished the tea by now, I assume. Like he just said that he left at 11, so that's the extent of the testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree, especially knowing that he's in a conspiracy and has tried to backstab me on that last case in the first game. I swear to God I'm gonna have my revenge on that man. We need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to the testimony again. I say, knowing that really there's an inconsistency already. Yes. Yeah, at around 11, which means that it doesn't make sense with the report.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume, you said it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can! There's no problem with our report, sunshine! Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison around 1:30 in the morning, and yet the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Ah! Oh, they did the same movement. That's funny. Defense's arguments is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord 16? By drinking, I guess. Honey, I think you should check yourself for the possibility that you might be an alcoholic. Just saying. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the full complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. Well, is red. You generally want red with let me think about it. Like, because it depends really on what kind of red wine you have. Like, you would generally want, like, red meats, you would want beef, you would want lamb, cheeses go well. Mushrooms generally are recommended. The thing is that, well, maybe salmon, but it depends on the type of red wine. Like, it can't be any red wine. But like in general, you want like a red meat. Like it has to be a savory kind of food. Depends. What are you having? Like is it a Cabernet? Is it a Pinot Noir? Like if it's a Grenache, you kind of want spicy food. And probably more on the fish side of things. Like you might want a salmon, you might want a chicken. Are you having a nice Chianti? Have you considered some flava beans with that? But yeah, no, I guess it depends on like the kind of wine that you're having. Like you're gonna have to give me more than just it being red wine, sweetie. Also, it's too early for me thinking about your luncheon. How will it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Japanese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Like a ghost? Like I have a ghost of a chance to beat you? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? Yes? Yes, actually. It would be too late, and the tea would be cold. The fuck are you talking about? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Ah, yes. The hot tea versus cold tea argument has destroyed many, many families. I myself don't care because I don't drink enough tea to care. Now, if it is about the hot coffee, cold coffee argument, well, it depends on what you're feeling that day. They're both good. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Oh god, I don't... Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim who have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
Mr. Shamsphere has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted. I mean, to be fair, Round 6, I'm not saying that it was a suicide because he doesn't seem like the kind who would do that to himself. But generally, if you ask a person who failed to commit suicide if they tried to commit suicide, there's a very good chance that they tell you no. They'll tell you that it was an accident.
How do you know?
Experience.
Objection!
Shut up. But could he be but he could be lying. I think Band 6 took that. I think Band 6 took that personally. Oh my god, his son's reaction to these three entire lines. Two entire lines of just like, with him changing, like, with him chasing his stance. Is something wrong, Lord 6? That's listening to the sound of the carriage pulling outside of the car room. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to deal with Shamsphere, don't I? Out, brief candle. Life but awake in shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Is that the only one you know? Who, sir, are you? William Shamsphere, my lord. Alas, twas I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? Well, he is alive, technically. So I guess he can come testify if he wants. God forbid. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. Curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy I am, Shamsphere, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord.
But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
God damn it, I'd rather deal with Natsume than this bitch.
Oh, it's that guy again. Why are you here? Alright, so that's Mr. Shamsphere. But who's that other man beside him?
Yes, I feel sure that we caught a glimpse of that man before. Twice, in fact.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet, they do send the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unraveled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamsphere.
Oh, the name's Matterman. I'll run be Matterman. I work for the Altman Gas Company, his branch office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yes, she's right, it's him. And also during the third case of the first game, where we met him briefly. Also. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Seki-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah. Then he left. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garidev's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? I think I'm right about the gas poisoning situation. I believe I am at least partially correct. So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that did cross me and cross my innocent lips?
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, and big of us, as all heavenly angels be, big of us and dumb of mind.
Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name.
No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid.
They're actually taking the set of anagram idea seriously.
Nah, they just like that he's, you know,
white. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. Oh, what, me? Well, now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence when you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. Okay, the funny thing is gonna be that I'm 100% sure, because they're ringing it up and the text was in color, Shakespeare is gonna turn out to be a compulsive liar. Like, just saying. Like, I think that's how it's gonna end up happening. This young chin stroker here is here to controvert your vile claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Metaman? Hey, hang on, I'm just here. Here we call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
Fuck your discontent, my dude. Who fucking cares? The wintry night of my discontent. Okay, that's funny.
The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside his block's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one has visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fellow. Wait, why were you in his room at night, the entire night? Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night? That's right, because the block's windows are blocked up, isn't it? And there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spend the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peer in through that. The question is, sir, why? Ah! Well, now that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man, wherefore will so not stare in wonderment. Oh, but Shamspeare, what is a man but a miserable little pile of secrets?
What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody had no part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about these tedious words.
I say about me. Oh, his bag looks. Oh, that's why he. That's what the bussy. Okay, that's a clever. That's clever. Calm yourselves. Oh, god damn it! It's fucking 1-6. Calm yourselves. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we had just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Oh boy, I'm gonna have the entire jury completely against me.
Delightful.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Considering how the jury is gonna act, I'm gonna bypass the entire thing once, because it's either gonna be like I'm gonna get interrupted mid at some point while cross-examining, or they're just gonna interrupt me the second that I finish checking all of the statements once, just like this, and we're gonna move to the judicial findings scene. Like, I fear that that's gonna be it because I have so much of the people against me. And it wouldn't be the first time that it happens. So that's the entire testimony.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest.
No, oh dear. If anybody else visited Mr. Shamspeare's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume, I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing.
Right, that he's guilty. Well, all we can do is press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough.
Yes.
Well, I guess I do have to press.
Okay then.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance the wills that I call him the man from upstairs.
At what time did that mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were embroiled in such literally debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means...
There's discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. Shamspeare, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene. Oh, come on, I'm sure Natsume looks great in a dress.
Really thy name is woman. Canst to imagine how dismayed I was. Yes, I had heard of the eastern art of jiu-jitsu, but near did I dream would be a would be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about you. Earth-shattering literally debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
I hate this guy. stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 hours that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Excuse me, my nose is itchy, so I'm scratching it, but also, what the fuck is up with this animation and his complete silence? If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. I have to agree. Also, I feel like this guy and Sholmes would be friends. And then this guy tries to kill Sholmes at some point.
Gladly, this is an easy task.
What?
I did drink of the tea not while my guest is Sari, but after he took leave of me. Pray that was stone cold, but at 1 hour past midnight, barely were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary side, after all. Though wouldn't recall or fiery debate, amid such argument, there be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamsphere, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But a curse, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means.
Hold it!
So you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper, an entire bar of soap, which we found 3 in your home.
Ha! Why on luxury, why on gluttony? Do it thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full, no more of than the sun that rise.
Well, moderate eating habits, I must say. No, Judge, he's poor. He's poor. It should make you feel bad. Like, I don't like this guy, but it should make you feel bad.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bar and playwright. Hence is it that there doth no in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art.
That, excuse me. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. But I have devoured them all!
You've eaten them.
Every word would be within my skull, they so imagine otherwise.
Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have been past the victim's lips is in the tea. Interesting that they mention a rat found dead in his place from hunger. Because the first thing that I thought was, oh no, the poor rat. And then I thought about it again, and it's like, there was a rat in the hospital. I wonder.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in.
Historical artifact of the now defunct window tax.
Yeah, you're right there. All rigged up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Aha, and do you know why and how?
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there?
Wait, wait, no, actually, hold on. Why would you know that? Like, I don't go to bricked up, like, windows and randomly start poking holes in them, or like pushing the bricks to see if there's a hole. Like, why would you do that? For some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap were a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. Nah, I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But that was the order, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body, and they keep paying me. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Madman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. Oh god, no, this is so itchy. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison container himself, it's clear that this was not attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, counsel, thank you. It really was. You can't argue with that logic. Again, you haven't checked the teacups for poison, so it could be wrong.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, he's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of him. So I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was the silhouette of the little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. For some people, that's foreplay. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Metaman. Oh boy, what do you want this time, Antiques? Allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. God, who's holding it? Please, please, who's holding it? Oh god, it's the jury. Oh god, I fucking knew that it was gonna be the jury. I fucking knew it. My lord! Good, that's me! Yes, Mr. Foreman. I kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! Okay, time for the guilty verdict I'm gonna have to dispute again. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached an unanimous, a unanimous decision? Alright, we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination! To be honest, I was holding out a bit of help for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, what you said. Very well. Will the court reappraise your decisions? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
You pieces of shit!
Oh goddamn.
All of you?
Yes, Ryonosuke, all of them. Also, I'm gonna be honest, if at some point that entire structure doesn't cause the entire place to burst into flames and unexplode, I'm gonna be deeply disappointed. Like, that's a fire hazard, and I want it to be a fire hazard for real. Like, I want it to burn something and or explode, whichever comes first. So like, if the game doesn't give me that, I'm gonna be deeply, deeply hurt. Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. Oh god fucking damn it, it's always this shit with me. So, this time at least it seems justice will be done. As well as they say. It calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Miss Sato?
Whatever the information I found in this Encyclopedia of British Law I have, that obscure right that belongs to defense in these situations. Remember?
You know, it's the second part of a game that finished, that ended rather, in maybe not a cliffhanger, but something close to a cliffhanger. You don't have to be like, you know, remember that thing in the British law? It's like, no, remember the summation examination? Like, the people know what it is. If they need a refresher, like, that's fine, but like, you don't need to explain it more than that. A summation examination. Yes, that's right, we don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can end now? Not yet. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no, the defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Also, Plan 6, I don't like to point this out, but every single time that this young man has been in the court, he has managed to actually turn around the opinions of the jury. So I feel like maybe you are speaking out of your asshole right now. Yes, I know, I can say bad words if I want to, because I am the judge. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with a summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. Yeah, you've been like foreman like already another time, so... And we're ready for it! Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Oh, boy.
The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops out of the wild, and has a mustache, very fishy. Look, I understand that you're racist. I understand that you're weird about people who look weird. What has the mustache to do with anything?
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least.
I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all.
Yeah, but you're old. You adorable round man.
I knew it, every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
Sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes! Let's not forget, I pleaded with the jury of the sōseki-san's behalf before and it worked, so you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh,
Well, you're still very new to British law after all.
like this is technically my 4th case. No, 3rd. Yeah, 3rd. Wait. Well, 3rd total, like 4th total, 3rd in a British court. I think, no, it's 3rd total, 2nd on a British court. Technically. Wait, no. No, it's 4th total because we had like we had the first one, then we have Magilded, then we have sōseki. So this would be the 4th in total, and the 3rd in every and the 3rd in a British court. Okay, I confuse myself because I'm bad at numbers, as we have famously stated before. That's true, I suppose. And Sōseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. When is he not? What is it not entirely on your hands, sweetie? There's always a chance I may have forgotten some crucial details. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her tell me through it again or not bother? Nah, don't worry about it, sweetie. I just finished the first game. I still remember how it works. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already right now. Yeah, like, between the first and the second case, I think we had like 5. Or at least we had like 4. We had like 2 per case, something like that, really. Like, something ridiculous like that. I think it's important that we don't delay the starter any longer than necessary. Oh god, my nose.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right.
I'm so sorry, it's so itchy for some, like, I know it's probably the allergies, but still, it's a pain in the ass.
If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you.
Key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding 2 that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord.
I'm interested in you because I feel like you would be easy to beat against one. Like, I'll press her first just to check.
Hold it!
A fraudsman. What do you mean by that, madame?
It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued.
I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, the owner of the Altamont Gas Company.
Good gracious, ultimate gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. No! Don't say that! Because of that kind of bullshit, we'll never move to green energy. No!
And then we never moved to green energy completely, and the world ends up being destroyed by the 2030. Give or take.
As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Kimby. Gotta be used properly. Ultimate gas is the best in the world, of course.
I think we might have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruto.
Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he?
So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Metterman was watching what Mr. Shamsphere was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker and to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations.
So you mean Mr. Shamsphere is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you?
The eye of man had not heard, the ear of man had not seen. Fate would so wound me by that words were I to let them penetrate the skin. But said I've seen no insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. When they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an ultimate gas explosion.
So Mr. Shamsphere has been stealing gas. I wonder, Juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
A little before that, the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance. Now I can pity her. I can pit her with number 1. Okay, perfect.
Objection!
These two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. My lord, as foreman of the jury, I must object.
What?
Being the leader, it's my duty to stand up for all jurors here present, and I stand up for them. I will. I concur with the foreman. Counsel, I warn you, shan't abide any petty forgery until you got your facts straight. Keep your pointy fingers to yourself.
What? I thought I did. We're trying to find inconsistencies in this juror's statement, Mr. Naruhodo. The key to it is comparing the different things they say before attempting to pit them against one another.
Alright, I'll have another go, jeez. Like, it is an obvious at this point with what she's saying now and what he said and what he's saying. Ugh.
The key to summation examinations is identifying contradiction between jurors' statements, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, and once I found two jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. I get it. And hopefully when they see that what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning.
Yes, and if you're able to change the mind of a majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move out to adjudication.
And I can't let that happen. Somehow or another, I have to turn this trial around. God, that's bullshit. Like, that's bullshit to me, because it makes perfect sense to argue, like, there's no reason to doubt the man, and the woman is like, yeah, but he's like a gas thief.
Hold it!
Like, that should work. Well, there's plenty of people in London who seem noble before. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I have no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips at night was the Japanese man's tea. If you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. Well, let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right?
Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening. Was that elderly gent on the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense, I just need this trial to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then?
Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Okay, now I can pit them against each other.
Objection!
God forbid. God forbid. Those two sentences clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. Two statements of your affair, counsel. Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you heard juror number 4 statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altaman Gas? Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show you that Mr. Shamspierre was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Well, yes. Now that we found out that man is a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means we overcome a few points, that would suit me down. That would suit me down to the ground. No, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shamspierre, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are.
Whee! Boop. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory. Yay! Suck on that, that 6.
Order, order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. There only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
Yay! Fuck you, man 6. Stop doing that every time. How much money do you think this man wastes on, like, chalices? Like, he destroys at least 3 chalices per trial. At least. That's not even counting the bottles that he throws. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspierre. You ruined his wine. That's a crime. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. Are you doing the monkey thing? But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Some God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. It burned bright a while, but it had no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Aye, what do you say? Do I take it, Mr. Champsier, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot, I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
Ah, you flowery madman, the pompous beanpole! It's 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeare, you're a sham. If in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, and or dumb of ass, if you are a liar, actually he is dumb of ass, that shouldn't be there, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony held by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
Fuck you and six. I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4.
Yes.
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Queenbee. Gasman's honor. Very well, then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it will be my pleasure. On the almond gas...
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madame.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Wahoo! Yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
Yeah, we get it there, bees.
Like she's a queen bee. He's like a worker bee. I get it. It's cute, but I get it. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Almond Gas Company's fuel.
Yes, is that clear, my good man?
Clear as almond gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world.
Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Sato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Almond gas meters accept two penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's been using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Interesting. Pray forgive this courtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hall of chalice. I have a drinking problem. What do you mean by that, Relevant 6? Did a mustache with Nipponese poison the ganglion excuse for an actor, didn't he? This is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to these abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. It's not my fault that you have a drinking problem. Bro! He keeps doing that. Do what you will. Lord Van Six appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. More than usual. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder... The truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Well, clearly, by his name, we know he's a sham. He's a sham.
Hold it!
I want a little more information about that. Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks he's been pinching gas off us for ages. And you examined the mirror in Mr. Shamsier's room, I take it. Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of mirror to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamsier Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after that, the rascal's mirror was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it there. You what? I said, you what? And the look on his face, the smarmy smile of his. I pulled the mirror straight off the wall and took it back to the office. You know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jammy and open anywhere, not a single sign. What's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it, I've still got it. Oh! Right here. No wonder they call you Metal Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Oh boy, evidence!
Definitely. Although, at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Speaking of the meter, I might as well check it while I have the chance. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with a big swaz too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway. It's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Okay, something else that I can check. I don't suppose that I can try to take this off, can I? Oh! Well. Oh, what's... You spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo. Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see it?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. That's what she said.
So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare?
Possibly. It seems to people that Atom and Gas must have missed it.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way up to the inside.
Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
Well. Oof. That's very rude. Well, madame, I fear that the thing has been tampered with.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say, that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? No way, I've been over and over that thing! I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Oh, what?
You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there.
That's what she said.
The meters are supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself. That's what she said.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a fart in through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your mirror design.
What sort of details?
Well, what I specifically like to know is how is his mantle doesn't matter, so I guess... Oh, right, because there's the soap. The round thing in the soap. That's probably like a fake coin. Like he's been making fake coins, and if they're made of soap or like wax or something like that, the heat would eventually cause them to melt. So you do that hole to make sure that it melts down and it doesn't stay inside of the device and breaks it or makes it obvious what you're doing. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin is being fed is a true penny bit?
I see where you're getting at now.
Yeah.
The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A true penny is a bit about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just 1 foot.
I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord.
Let me check the bar of soap again. Hey! Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across?
Or 3/4 of an inch. Oh, do you think...
We did find this soap at the scene, didn't we?
Yes, there were 2 bars on the little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. And I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly.
Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Well.
Actually, you know what?
Could it be possible that it's the same size as this? This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspierre was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. He does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh wait, that was him. Sorry. Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Like, it seems to me like it's around the same size. Like, this doesn't have... The green one doesn't have the marking, now that I've seen that. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulping down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Something, something, that's what she said. Really, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Okay. Anyway.
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a true penny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspierre's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a true penny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. Ah, have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a true penny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here. Yeah, let me run around. Oh, sorry, I forgot I pressed the wrong thing. Yeah, 3/4 of an inch. That is something else we've been talking about recently, in fact. Yeah, I know, I
Got it!
I got the wrong button. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Oh. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a true penny bit. Get away! Does anyone here have in their possession a true penny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? That's a little dramatic. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a true penny bit. Now, to see if it fits. Ah. My word! It couldn't be more snug. Snug as a bug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So your assertions amount to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a true penny bit. I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake guns in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's a matter of Mr. Shamspierre has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. Now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody considered yet.
But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altman. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into the air, yes.
Exactly, and the mirror here gives it away.
What on earth? There are remnants of the magical metal used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the metal used to make fake coins disappear be seen?
Well, obviously, it's the hole. It's in the hole. God damn it, I did it again!
I keep accidentally searching for more explanation instead of like, no, I just want to present it. Come on. I know, I've seen this before. I checked it. It's fine. I don't need to recheck it, please.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Merman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Ah, I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
You say ice.
Oh, so he made it. Okay, that's, you know what's, that's smart. Like, you just needed to pass through the mechanism. It doesn't matter if it melts afterwards, so. Mr. Shamster has been leaving soaps out like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altaman gas. Everyone's honest reaction to this information. Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soda and some water. That's right, madame. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soda and some water can render it totally useless. Ma'am, I solved your issue. And you're blaming me.
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me your meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. He's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory?
Well, I needed to have it, so I hope.
I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little. At the time. And I have a feeling that the theory we've come up with could explain it. Actually, the only thing that could show it might be the photos. So, yeah, there's a pool of water on them. Yeah, okay. Okay, I thought that I had seen. Yeah, no, it's a pool of water. Okay. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamster has been stealing gas is this crime scene photograph, if you would like to see.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamster. What remnants? Do you not see the pool of water right there?
Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspierre's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the mirror. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the mirror. Ah, yeah. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was hitting his room in all his waking hours, which, like, that's a bad use of it, I would just, you know, put it when I'm going to sleep. We can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the mirror coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, and the idiot wouldn't put anything underneath to, like, you know, contain the water, so... leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Is there? Mr. Shamspierre is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me, then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspierre was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Norman 6. You expect me to say he was using the fork to... that fork too? Yes, actually. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah! But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious! Stop doing that! Lorban 6! I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hollow bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well... Mr. William Shamspierre is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it! That's exactly it! Very well. Let us assume that man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well... we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspierre is a little liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Order, order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo, what was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere?
It didn't make no difference at all, like Lord 160 saying. No, sweetie, raise an objection. This is why we raise objections. No, this isn't over. Like, rule of thumb, Ryonosuke, when you have a chance to raise an objection, you just raise the objection and then you say, oh yeah, that was objectionable, and you stall until you figure something out. Those are the rules of engagement. The defense will not rest. Good counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the scrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspierre to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Sixius highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point, but contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my knave and his friend? At least one of these so-called facts is an assumption made due to lack of evidence.
Ah, he noticed. He knows that I'm right.
The situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand.
Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely... Yeah, was the poison... Because, like, that's the one thing. Like, here is like, okay, but like, what about the poison? We don't have proof that the poison was in the tea. It could have been somewhere else. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspierre was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed, because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
Alluding to his claim, Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. But evidence that you're suggesting they missed.
Defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
I don't think it's the teacups is the thing. Oh wait! Because it was red, like this wasn't white, it wasn't transparent. Well, it was transparent, but it was red. It wasn't white, or like, just literally transparent. So, that means that what he made the coins of is not just water, it's tea.
Take that!
He made them out of tea. What an asshole, he wasted so much tea. I don't even like tea that much. Well, except maybe green tea.
Good gracious! The soap again! Same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice.
Yes, that's right, my lord. It just come back to me. Something about when we first found his bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window?
I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar.
So you've discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating.
In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red.
The ice was red. No, you mean...
That's right, it's obvious to me now. It was made of tea! The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea.
What?
I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspierre's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought water bottle especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never!
Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, poor constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamsier, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word.
Does Mr. Shamsier have anything to say about that? There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamsier's window.
Extraordinary.
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture, by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all.
Ah, you smug Nipponese.
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Which I feel it's totally femme, Your Honor.
Bailiff, instruct the police to attend to the scene at once, and walk everyone's balls while you're at it.
Yes, my lord, understood. Wait, everyone's balls?
Yes, that's what I just said. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objections, Norman 6.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the thief from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. Prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Yay!
We continue. We're right at time, but I started a little later today, so let's do like the very beginning of the next section. And then we'll save, and then we'll end the stream. Because I feel bad that, I took 5 minutes to finish a thing that I was doing. So I came in late. 22nd of February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Where's my desk? We used to have a desk here. Oh, right. This was before we moved, now that I think about it. Or before we finished moving. Was like the day after, basically. Oh, we made it back in one piece.
Just.
To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. So many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, also. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san.
I've no doubt that the Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if you were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Actually, I do wanna solo this one. Kazuma Sogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court, aura farming, and then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with.
As a stowaway?
Yes, you can fit inside my trunk and you curl up small enough. I'm sure no one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. And you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You got a natural talent for it, believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer! Like, I was learning English! Which is a funny parallel to Phoenix having a career in art and then moving to becoming a lawyer. Like, it's a really fitting kind of like parallel there. Oh, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. Especially racism. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though. If you were to become a lawyer, then one day... Yes? One day what? What's the At this point, Kazuma, I'm sure that you're in whatever conspiracy is going on. Are you gonna tell me about the conspiracy? Oh, no. Never mind. And then he died. And fuck me learning anything. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too, except in a slightly less gay way. Change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know, the thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Like he was involved in some conspiracy or other, you know what I mean? Like it feels like we're just involved in one and you're not telling me about it and he didn't tell me about it and nobody's telling me about it for some reason and I'm the only person who doesn't know. You know what I mean? Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean, this? His katana. I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes? Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Ooh, plot. I guess. Karma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Renosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. Ah, well, we did have that dialogue. Though its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two, not that you would need much compelling, and also I would have assumed that it slices sinner and saint alike. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do. Yes, I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I had to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrive here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. And if it's about the conspiracy, nobody's fucking telling me either. I see. Well, I guess we'll find out at another time. And it's a good time to end the stream, so let's save. And that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. We're continuing tomorrow because it's Monday and I'm just making up for the fact that I didn't stream, you know, yesterday because I wasn't feeling well. So yeah, more The Great Ace Attorney tomorrow. We'll see where this goes. I think Shakespeare is a sham, but what's new? And maybe we'll get actual information about this stupid conspiracy that I'm involved with. For some reason, people keep not telling me things. It sucks. But that's for tomorrow. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Again, if I already said it, I already forgot. Have a good rest of your day, a good end to your weekend, and a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, the second part of it, the second part of the Chronicles. Where for some reason there are people who call themselves, because I'm pretty sure it's a fake name. I'm 100% sure it's a fake name. Apparently call themselves Shakespeare. I wouldn't have made that choice myself. Bye everyone.